Howdy. Let's make sure everything's good. It's been going pretty good, actually. Been working hard at the job. Been it's been pretty nice. Looking good. And looking forward to just relaxing for the rest of the night. Have a good celebration. Have some fun. Thanks for the congrats, really appreciate it. Make sure that people are able to come in first before I get started. The first thing we're going to do is the Gacha tier list. I mainly want to do it so that you guys, just for some fun, and also you guys are able to see some perspective from me on my background in Gacha games before Ghost Recon 2 came out. I played quite a bit, and I think some of you may be surprised with the games I played before. But I don't want to stick on that for too long because I do have, I am able to play Project Net tonight. Holy God. How's it going, Chamchulo? But yeah, I have Project Net. I got into the test phase for that. And I do not believe there are any restrictions on streaming it. So I do want to show that off as well. It's on mobile. There is no PC version out yet. They just said that they're working on it. Hey Warden, thanks for the congrats. And yeah, there are quite a few workarounds. If you played enough Gacha games, you know how to. Not just Gacha games, but games in general. You know about the workarounds. Hello here. It is your joke. Now you know how it feels. Thanks, Fat Joke leaves. I just need to turn on the air conditioning because it's getting a little hot. I appreciate that. I'm working really hard on the video so far, and I'm still working hard. Thanks for the congrats, really appreciate it. Man, I just realized people are going to be saying that a lot tonight. Like, congrats on the 5K. It's like, I am really proud of it, but, you know, like 80% of it is just you guys subscribing. So you guys should be congratulating yourselves, or congratulating yourselves. Stop it. Yeah, I didn't participate in the first one, but I did hear it was it was rough. From what I've played and I only played like 10 minutes or so, just to make sure editing was good. From what I played for Project Net, it's stable. congratulate him more. Thanks, Nixon. I really do appreciate that. Like, I really, really do. Honestly, to be completely honest with you guys, this is like the dream. If it wasn't for me, or rather, I should say, if it wasn't for YouTube, I would just be working really hard at being a novelist. But if, I feel like being a YouTuber is just being a novelist, but more on a more expanded scale. I have more resources. This guy was overly humble. I don't know about being overly humble. It's just hard to accept praise sometimes, that's all. Okay, well, I think we waited a little bit long enough. Let's start up with the show here. I'm gonna first start with the tier list. It's a group effort. Curing cancer. God, I hope it's a group effort. Otherwise, that means everyone's been dragging their feet all these years. Ooh, that's not correct. Let's see. A little sin. Is that what that means to be a tsundere? Well, not dairy, right? But maybe sin. Okay. Did that fix it? Let's see if this works. No, it did not. Work. Maybe I kind of pull down the game. I think the game will be blocking it. Let's try this. Ooh, that looks promising. Yeah, there we go. Okay. Since you love your chat, you must be a dairy too. I guess I am then. That makes sense. I can't defy that logic. It looks a little weird, but that's fine. So, this is my little old gacha tier list. If I can guess where certain ones are going, probably. So you guys may see some icons you're familiar with, maybe not. But I'm just going to go from the top left to the bottom right. I should do the criteria though. This is based on my personal feelings and nothing else. Like, I don't have any other objective criteria. It's just based on if I really, how much I like the game personally. Did I really have fun with it, or did I not? And the tiers is S tier. It's like S tier is one where I love it, and I'm either playing it right now, or I put it off to the side, but I plan on playing it again, and I played it for a super long time. Hey Trend, how's it going? You have no idea. So A tier is, I like it, and it's worthy to be in a rotation if you're playing on, or if you're playing multiple gacha games. And I do that. I play multiple gacha games. B tier is okay. It can be rotation worthy, but for me personally, if it's on the okay pile, it's more of like, I can play it occasionally, but I don't want to play it all the time. Nope, I have not played Azure Lane. I have personally not played Azure Lane. And C tier is C tier, it's not worth it. So all the games here are the games that I personally played. And yeah, Azure Lane is not one of them. Which I guess is surprising? I'm not sure. But yeah, I'm gonna start from the top left. You guys can guess? Another King of Big fucking War. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it is. It's been out for years. Here we're like, how's it going? You guys can guess where each one is going to go, and I want to see the shock or surprise where each one will go. So this one is, you know what it is, Project NeuroCloud. Aether Gaze at Red up high. That's interesting. That's interesting you say that. Where do you guys think Project NeuroCloud is going to go? This one says a C. Payne saying A. A is interesting. Actually, so is C as well. Those are both interesting placements. A or B? B? So a bit all over the place. But I'm seeing A the most here. So I'm gonna put it. Abso, thanks for the congrats. I really appreciate that. I'm gonna put it at B actually. So this is probably gonna be surprising because it's a Girls Frontline game. But initially, when I did this like a couple of months ago, actually not a couple months, but a couple of weeks ago, I had this at A. But the longer I played it, the more I felt like it needed to be at B. And it's basically what Rosario just said. Playing the game just feels too much like a chore. The story is awesome, but playing the game itself, takes a while. And it's like two things. So the first half of it is you don't have auto battle unlocked, and so you gotta play through each stage individually, and each stage will take like 5 to 10 minutes long, and it doesn't really involve that much strategy. So it takes enough strategy where you can't mindlessly do it, but there's not enough strategy to keep you involved. So I got tired a lot. And then once I did unlock auto battle, the game got better, but then I realized that there wasn't much else to the game in terms of its gameplay. Now there is still like a bunch of team building and stuff, but it's not as intricate as other games that I played on here. So I think B tier is where it's at. I won't say it's rotation worthy, but I do still plan on playing it because I do like the story. And the game is fun enough that I can play it. But I will admit, the story is carrying it for me. I will say that much. Alright, so we can move on from there. Next one is, you guys may not know this game because it got no advertisement in the West. This game's called Aether Gazer. This game has like no advertisement whatsoever. But I wonder, I know one person knows about Aether Gazer, but I wonder who else knows about it. Does anyone here know about Aether Gazer? And if so, where do we think I would place this? Seen it but never played it. Never heard of it. It's like PGR, sort of. It's it is a character action game. But it is very different. S tier. Seen on YouTube. Okay. So overall, I'm seeing it's not well known, which is what I expected. For me, I'm gonna place this at A. And this is one of those things. I'm probably just not gonna be S tier. This is one of those things where I think Aether Gazer is one of those hidden gems. It has great artwork. It has good combat. And the way how combat works is that you have a team, but your two other teammates are AI controlled. So really you're only playing as one character. So that character has a full kit. And the game is difficult enough that you are very engaged in the combat. It does have some issues with it. I say my biggest issue is that it can feel very grindy, and it takes a while to get to the part of the gameplay where you get truly involved. And I do think it kind of depends on what characters you're playing, on how involved you can get in the combat. But that's all small potatoes compared to its positives, in my opinion. I think Aether Gazer is a good gacha game, but it has no advertisement, and I doubt it ever will be. So that's it for Aether Gazer. Next up is a new one. I wonder if you guys heard about this one. This came out this month, actually, March. Tribe 9. So, have you guys heard of Tribe 9 besides the Riskin? Because I told you about Tribe 9. To be honest, I would be a little surprised if you guys didn't hear about Tribe 9. Yeah, and here comes my surprise. Uber didn't play. I heard it's from the Danganronpa team. Yep, it is. Yeah, have not heard about it. Okay. Yeah, if you don't play a lot of gacha games, I totally understand. It's about baseball. It's like 30% of the game, yeah. So I think Tribe 9 is A tier. Tribe 9 is like Aether Gazer, but it's hard in terms of its combat. People are already saying it's like the it's so dumb when they say this because it's overused at this point, but they say it plays like Dark Souls. I don't agree with that, but I can see where they're coming from. The gameplay feels a little stiff, but it's stiff for a reason, because it makes you more involved in the actions that you choose. Whenever you do combat, because whenever you control a character, it feels a little weighty. We fat rolling today? Not necessarily. There are other games I can compare it to, but you guys wouldn't know the games I'm talking about, because I'll say like, well, if you played a Valkyrie profile, it kind of plays like that. Is that Mega Man X dive? I thought that went offline. It did. It did. But the thing is, I played X Dive a lot, so I put it on the list. Like, I played like a year's worth of it. Because I'm actually a huge Mega Man fan. But yeah, I would say if you haven't played Tribe 9, I would say give it a try. It might be up your speed. It is more involved than Ghost Frontline. But it is made by Danganronpa, and if you played that series before, you'll feel right at home with the character design and the story as well. It's up in that alley. Of course you know what it is. So here's a big one. Wuthering Waves. I'll be really surprised if you guys did not know about Wuthering Waves. So my other question is, has anyone here played Wuthering Waves? And where would they place it at? Thanks for like, I appreciate it. It's alright. Playing it right now. Hey. Didn't launch, but quits a weekend. S tier, no questions. So all over the place. That is rather lusty. I don't know how to describe it. They call those fat bait. Open world PGR. Okay. All right. So a little bit all over, but I can see the reason why it is because people haven't played 2.0. Because 2.0 made some massive improvements. So I will say right now before I do any placement, I have not played 2.0, and that is purely because I'm already stacked on gacha games, and I am personally not a fan of open world games. Me personally. So I'm of two minds here. The first is that I've played Wuthering Waves for about 2 months before 2.0, and I liked what I played. I actually really did like what I played. Because one of the good things that Wuthering Waves did is that it made it actually running around in the world itself actually fun because of all the movement options. Like, if you're going to force me to be in an open world, at least make it fun to run around. And really, Wuthering Waves is the only game that has done that. Not only game, but only gacha game that has done that. Like, I hate running around in Genshin Impact, but I loved running around in Wuthering Waves. So, based on my own experience, I would put this at B, and it'll be above NeuroCloud. But if I played 2.0, I can imagine this being jumped up to A. Looks similar to Elden Ring. I heard 2.0 did a lot of stuff. Like, a lot of people are saying that Wuthering Waves is crushing it in terms of game quality for gacha games. Like, it set a new precedent. No reason are great. How many gacha games are you currently playing? 3. Like, 3 is my cap right now. But occasionally I will play different gacha games just for the hell of it. So okay, I think I explained what Wuthering Waves well enough that I don't need to go into more detail about it. So this one is Mega Man X Dive. Mega Man X Dive is EOS. It's been EOS for about, I want to say 2 years now? It's getting close to 2 years, I want to say. But I played about a year's worth of it. And I'm a huge Mega Man fan. I'm like really, really, really big into Mega Man. In fact, if you're a Mega Man fan, you're kind of delusional because Mega Man doesn't exist anymore. but people will keep holding on the hope that Capcom will make another Mega Man game. So you can kind of say X-Dive was kind of like the cope game, where it's like, oh, if we keep playing X-Dive, then maybe Capcom will make a new Mega Man game. But that didn't happen. Instead, this went EOS. Now, as far as the game itself is concerned, I actually have a different channel that went into Mega Man X-Dive, because I used to be a X-Dive content creator. So there's a lot I can talk about. The offline version, as Rosen says, the offline version is actually better than the online version by a lot. But we're talking about the Gacha game version of it. And this is going to be at B. And the big reason for this is because the game, to me, it plays really well, and there is a good amount to do in the game. The big issue that I have with it is that it's very PvP centric. Yeah, it's very PvP centric. And it didn't really work, to be completely honest. Now, when they actually buckled down and did PvE content, and they actually made like actually good stages, the game is actually really, really fun. But they crushed really hard on PvP for that game. And yeah, PvP was also very, very laggy. Not only was it laggy, but it was super unbalanced. They basically did the Fire Emblem Heroes tactic, where they just make each character that came out better at PvP, so you always had to pull on the next character if you want to be PvP viable. Now, I found ways around it. Like, I remember using Nana and just stunning enemies, or stunning other players for like ever. Like, I would literally stun lock them and make them rage quit. Like, yeah, they're stun locking in PvP. How great is that, right? Mega Man could have been a better Pokemon. Yeah, it could. It could have definitely have. I get what you're saying there. Alright. So, next up, Punishing Gray Raven. I think everyone here knows of Punishing Gray Raven. It's one of the classics. It's one of the classic games. You rank it at B, B, S. Ooh. Probably see an S here. A. Not surprised to see an A. They did A for me. Okay, okay. So I dropped PGR Gen to Aether Gazer, yeah. So I see a good amount of people who played Aether Gazer who used to be PGR players who prefer Aether Gazer. So for me personally, I'll put it at A, but would it be in front or behind Aether Gazer? I really can't say for sure. For me, it's really like half and half. I'll probably put it in front of it for now. And the big reason is because the game is so damn unique. It's really, really, really unique for a hack and slash game. Like, there's nothing like Punching Grey Raven. Plus, the story is up my alley. The gameplay is super solid, and they've gotten better with their character modeling. Like, I would say, like, back in the day, the character models were iffy. But nowadays, the character modeling is really strong. And 7734, I do agree with that. The story does take way too long to get started. And I think that, for me, that is his biggest weakness, and that is the hardest thing for me to get past. But if you just go in to just play the game, like, even just playing the game for me is really fun. So there's that. But I think PGR and Aether Gazer are cut from the same cloth, but they're like two sides of the same coin. If you know what I mean. Aether Gazer gameplay is so boring at least the PGR. I do just disagree with that, but at the end of the day, it is a preference thing. Aether Gazer is more relaxed, I would say, and people do prefer that more relaxed gameplay. While Punching Grey Raven is much more skill intensive, for sure, 100%. And as a person who loves super hard gameplay, there are some times where I just want to chill and play it in admittedly easier game, but it can still be challenging, and that's what Aether Gazer does for me as well. Is Honkai Impact not on the tier list? I haven't played Honkai Impact before. That's why it's on the tier list. If you don't see any familiar games on this list, it's because I never played it before. I personally never played it. And this list only has games I've played before. So, next up, you guys may not know this game. This game is called Acopolis. And funny story about Acopolis. This would not be on my list at all if I did not get a sponsor for it. And I was sponsored for this on my old channel. And so I tried it out for 2 weeks. Yeah, I tried this out for 2 weeks. I legit forgot this existed. So you guys are saying C already. Like, I know Zeriskin knows about it because we're buddies. Somewhat interesting story, but boring gameplay. It's like a seed in the making. So I will say this. I was sponsored for Acopolis, but I never made the video. Because if I made the video for Acopolis, I would not be able to shill it because I didn't like it. Yeah, I never played Azure Lane. Yeah, I did not like Acopolis. And a large part of it is because, actually not even a large part, there's like a lot of small things that built up. So, but the biggest deterrent for me for Acopolis is how long it took to do your daily maintenance for the game. It takes like 3 hours, like 3 or 4 hours to actually complete everything that you need for the day. This is a game that you need to main. You need to be dedicated to. And that just wasn't going to be me. So that was a big thing. Where's Raid Shadow Legends? The other thing is that if you take a break from the game, then there's a very real chance that you come back and you can't do anything because this is a treadmill game. So there's a rolling server mechanic. So whenever you get on a server, you're in with new people. So if you take a break for like maybe a week, that means you're a week behind, and you can no longer be in any guild. You can't friend any people, because now you are too weak to help out the people that you're on a server with. So there's a lot of things that went against Apocalypse, and these are things that I could not ignore. So I could not sponsor it. Now, what's really good about Apocalypse is the artwork. The character artwork is fantastic, especially if you're a degenerate. Especially if you're a degenerate. But that's about all it has going for it. Now, I know a fair amount of people do like Apocalypse. In fact, there's a fellow content creator that I know, that I talk to, and he loves Apocalypse, genuinely, because of the artwork, and the gameplay is mostly an auto-battler, and they just like it. But for me personally, no, not for me. What's cool though is that they are currently doing a collaboration with Trails of Azure. So now we get new artwork of we should make a community tier list. Oh yeah, we can do that sometime. Maybe if we hit 10k subs, we can go full degenerate. But there's new artwork of Rixia now, and Rixia is like fantastic. They did a good job on her artwork. Theo and Ellie? No. Unfortunately, no. But definitely Rixia. Yeah, honestly, I would actually want to try Princess Connect if they didn't go EOS on the global side. That's a game I was interested in too. Anything but a C tier, call it a liar. So you guys know this game. I don't know anyone who doesn't know this game. Even normies don't. Even normies know about Genshin Impact. So I'm very curious on where you guys would place Genshin Impact right now. I'm actually quite curious. F. That's so funny. Princess Connect wasn't bad. See, now I just want to try it more. I don't fuck with Miho or anything. That makes sense. Ooh, someone said A. It was 2020. I understand. I understand that. But okay. So here's my story with Genshin Impact. I am a gacha game player who played gacha games before Genshin Impact. So I wasn't part of the rush to play Genshin Impact when it first came out. I was playing something else, and I was content with that. And then once I was done playing gacha games, I played single player games, and I speed ran single player games. So I just was not on the hype train for Genshin Impact. However, it got so popular, and I believe, Zriskin, I think you were playing Genshin Impact for a while. Because I know for a fact that I started playing Genshin Impact because my friends were playing it. I think you were one of them during the time. And I think this was back in 2021. So when I started playing Genshin Impact, I lasted for 2 weeks. And there's a fair amount of reasons for that. It's a fair amount of reasons. The COVID buff, yeah. First off, I said it before, but I am not a fan of open world games. So that was already a minus. Make a D tier? No, I don't really have a reason to have a D tier. So I don't like open world games, but on top of that, the story did not hit. The story did not hit with me. And I feel like that was really what it was gunning for. There was only one character that I liked, and that was Lisa. Like I said, I only played for 2 weeks, so I didn't actually go into the full story or anything like that. But I liked Lisa because she was hot, and that was basically it. But then Lisa was also bad, so that was also a minus. And the gameplay itself, to me, anyway, was nothing special. There's a story. Like, it was really nothing special. Legally distinct saber. I know what you mean by that. Genshin is more about open world and side quests, in my opinion. Yeah, definitely. So if you're not into this, to the exploring the open world, you're probably not going to have a good time. And as a person who doesn't like open world games, it just wasn't for me. Yeah, Jean or Jean. Like, is Jean or Jean? I can't remember. Yeah, that's a big thing too. Open world games tend to get stale really fast for me. It's like I'd rather just click on a stage and do it and then get out, you know? Like if it goes to like an everyday grind, I'd rather just go to a stage than to run around in the world. Now, of course, I will be fair here. I only played for 2 weeks. So I will never be able to make a full review. The best I can do is make an impression. But that is enough for me to form an opinion that I will not be able to get into the game. There is no fairness. Open games are not really great for live service game, in my opinion. I think it's an uphill battle if you do open world. You'll not miss much. I'm glad to know. I'm glad to hear that. Let's see your first 1999. Never played it before. So this one is called Brave 9. Also called Brown Dust, but then they changed the name to Brave 9. For your question about Arknight's Infield, I am going to play that when it comes out. And I am curious on what's it going to do, because I saw a little bit that you can basically build your own base or something like that. Like, I literally have not looked into it much at all, except saw some pictures of them just building structures. And that looks like really fun. So I am going to try out Arknight's Infield when it comes out. So Brave 9, it went to EOS in December of last year. I only played it for about 3 months or so, 2 or 3 months, because I got into it pretty late. But for what I did play, it was alright. It wasn't bad. Brave 9's biggest issue is that it was basically an auto battler in disguise. It does get very involved once you actually get to a point where the game catches up to you. But the problem with Brave 9 is that it was in service for over 7 years. So there were a lot of stages to go through. And you have a command Copist. And there's like over like, I want to say, there's over 200 stages to get through. And there is no sleep function for the main stages. So it basically got to a point where you have to auto battle all the stages, and they put in a function where the game will auto battle all the stages overnight so that you can turn off your phone and go to bed and sleep. That's insane. So yeah, there's definitely some growing pains with it being a game that's been out for so long. And then the presentation isn't great for today's standards. And yeah, it had a good run, but it didn't age well, is the best way to put it. So, next up is Ghost Frontline. I'm not gonna fuck with you guys. It's an S tier. You guys already know how much I like Ghost Frontline 1. I don't think I need to explain myself. Absolute C tier. So we can just move on ahead. I don't need to gush about it. Being real, I say it's okay, but not for everyone. Exactly. Yeah. If I was saying objectively, we would have a discussion, but this is just based on personally, I love it, and I made it well known to you guys how much I love Ghost Frontline 1. So this one you guys may not recognize because of the weird icon. They change their icons every year, but this is Fire Emblem Heroes, and I have mentioned Fire Emblem Heroes in a video before, and it got people confused as to like, but Fire Emblem Heroes is bad. Why are you guys loving? Like, why do you love Fire Emblem Heroes? It's a bad game, and I think people misunderstood when I used Fire Emblem Heroes as an example. All I was saying is that Fire Emblem Heroes has a very unique way of building your units through its gacha system. Literally wall of text the game. And that made it really fun to build characters. But that's all it really held on to. And that's exactly the problem, Zoltan. It's a fun game if you don't do multiplayer modes, but the game is pretty much entirely PvP. And the game is focused on PvP, and its balance is focused on PvP. And despite the fact that so many people have been begging for more PvE content, but they have not done it, they are just throwing money away. They really are. They're just throwing money away. Now, this isn't to say they aren't making money. They're making a ton of money off this game. So really, they don't have to do anything because the whales will always keep this game going because they are into PvP. And personally, I am also into PvP. But the way how they did PvP here is just, it's not great. And as a person who has tried to get very hard into PvP, it really does come down to a point where you have to spend money on the gacha in order to keep up. And once it gets to that point, It's not worth it unless you are really that much into the game. But it's the huge travesty that they never really went all in on PvE content. They really should have, because they probably be making double the money that they would be making right now. And yes, I used to be a fake content creator. In fact, I was actually one of the biggest ones on Twitch for a while, until I actually got burnt out and I wanted to play something else. And yeah, also taught people how to play Fae as well. After I got good, of course. But yeah, those were the times. And here we are. So yeah, Fae was one of my was one of the games that I got pretty thick into. So I have a lot of opinions on it. But I haven't played since 2023, and I played for like 2 weeks. So one of the issues about Fae is that the power creep in that game is so rampant that if you are if you have an old account and you're a returning player, just delete your account, bro. Start a new account. Because even the PvE content is going to whoop your ass, because they have to build up the they have to use the actual units that they're promoting on the next maps, and those units are so overpowered compared to the old units that you can't complete those stages. You're actually better off just making a new account and pulling on new units. Even if your old units are fully decked out plus 10 and have the latest skills of that time, it's just not going to work. So that's how bad the power creep is in Fire Emblem Heroes. It's probably the worst I've ever seen. Yeah, it probably still is the worst I've ever seen. I'm never going to play that game. Yeah, exactly. Right, Zoltan. Yeah, of course. That's why it's in C tier. Alright, so next up is Nikke. I'm not gonna fucking good you guys. It's in S tier. And it's above Frontline 1. It's above it. And before Based Hero, excellent choice, my liege. So before I was a Frontline content creator, I was planning on being a Nikke content creator. I was actually planning on it. I was going to make a lot of content for it. But then they actually announced Frontline 2 was coming out, and so I pivoted super hard when they said that Frontline 2 was finally going to come over to global. So I went all in on Ghost Frontline. But if it wasn't for that, I would right now be a Nikke content creator. And I've made videos on Nikke before and how much I love it. You guys can go watch those videos to see why. But just to give a short rundown, the characters are great. The story is fantastic, in my opinion. We'd love to have you on board. We'll see. I had to get settled in with Ghost Frontline first and get the summary series done first. After that, we'll see if I can split up the work between Nikke and Ghost Frontline. We need more Ghost Frontline active creators, right? I think so far there's only like I only know 3 of us. You guys can throw out the names if you want to. It's like me, Zelarinth, and his name just escaped my mind for a second. Do you get to pick the luck in the story? Yes, sort of. It depends on the. It depends if you're doing the main story or the side content. The side content you have more options, but the main story is usually just one option. Yeah, it's me, Zelarinth, and one other person. And it's bad that I'm blanking on that last person because he has way more. He has a way bigger audience than I do. But also, people underestimate the gameplay of Nikke as well. The Nikke gameplay is actually fire, to be honest. Contextually, you? I'm not sure about that. I know he has like the Who Is series, like who is Most Nagan and who is Shakri and who is that, and he goes into like a full dump on like the actual like weapon and in real life, and then he actually does a slight profile for all of the that's what it is. Kansai Dorito. Him. Yes, him. Yeah, he's bigger than me. And I think as far as like dedicated Frontline content creators are concerned, it's really just us three right now. Did you think on a name like Kansai Dorito? I don't know. My mind is weird like that. Shakri's a good choice, to be honest. Shakri's very, very cute. Okay, moving on. Girls Frontline 2. This is an interesting discussion, actually. Because I made those videos. And so people think I have a very harsh opinion on Girls Frontline. And so I will say this. I think people misinterpret hating on a game for criticism, because I make those videos out of love, because I really like Ghost Frontline 2. Now, if it was before this update, this would be an A and be a top of A. But I think this update has pushed it to S for me. And it's right behind Ghost Frontline 1. And that's because I really like Boundary Push. I think Boundary Push did a lot to add in more content for the game. As far as CN is concerned, I'm factoring that in as well. But I think Bounty Push did a lot to push in more life in this game. Because before Bounty Push, it was very monotonous with its gameplay. And as a person who has played Boundary Push in China as well, it doesn't feel old to me at all. Hey Sunku Kong, how's it going? So there's that, and then there's the story itself. The story picked the fuck up. Especially if you're in China right now, if you're playing in China. The story picked the fuck up finally. And it's starting to get on the same level as Ghost Frontline 1. If not a little bit higher in some ways. And that is a big testament to say, because it was so bad compared to Ghost Frontline 1 at the beginning. seeing its improvements, it's really, really heartwarming. But it still does to do a little bit more. There is now a good amount of content in the game. Now that they just only really need to touch up on character customization. And I think that may be fixed, but I have to try out the new character growth system for me to really judge that. But I can't do it yet because I'm still only level 51 in China right now. So once I hit level 60, I'm able to try it out, and I can form a better opinion. So for now, that's where it is. But I think I'm very glad that I love Ghost Online 2. I'll put it that way. I don't see myself getting burnt out like how I was like a couple of days ago. Like, the update in CN did so much, and also the update in Global as well. Like, both of those updates in Global and CN, it did so much to revitalize my passion for it. So next up is Brown Dust 2. I am very interested in knowing if you guys know about Brown Dust 2, because Brown Dust 2 is notorious. S tier for the art. Brown Dust 2 said, "Hold my beer." I heard a super gooner. It is. It is. In fact, it is so gooner that I cannot even play it on YouTube. That's how gooner it is. Also, by the way, I do not like the word gooner, but I prefer saying degenerate. But in terms of the definition of gooner, yeah, Brown Dust 2 is 100% gooner. So, here, I'm going to pull up its latest update. Brown Dust 2. I'm going to show you something on what Brown Dust 2 does. And I know that I can put this on stream because it's just a picture. Let me see. Oh, this is perfect, actually. Now, this is the stuff that Brown Dust 2 tends to do. As long as I can bring it up. Now let's just use a different screen for this. It's on my list for some reason. I'm gonna make a new screen. Here, give me a second. Get rid of that. That's weird. Okay, I know how to fix this. Let's do that. And if I do this, I can just swap it over to here. There. So, this is what you see in Brown Dust 2. So this is its newest update. And this is one of the dating simulators. Or it's a new dating simulator that came out. And this actually is on YouTube. So and so yeah, once you reach maximum, oh great heavens. Once you reach maximum affinity with Elise, you're able to do things. Let me put it that way, you're able to do things. We how it ends up for research. So for me, it's like up here. I'm not sure if it's better than Punishing Grey Raven, but I am currently playing Brownless 2. A large part of it is because of the art. I think it has the best art I have ever seen in a gacha game, to be completely honest. Like, they know what works, and they worked extremely hard to keep it consistent. Yeah, I'm in a guild for Brownless 2 still. That said, the gameplay of Brownless 2 is actually really solid. You just would not know because they do not fucking advertise their gameplay. The gameplay is actually really solid for Brownless 2. Thanks for the... Thanks for becoming a member, Zeriskin. I really appreciate it. Really appreciate it. But yeah, I actually do recommend that people play Brownless 2. Brownless 2 is a really fun game, gameplay-wise. And if you're not into what I just showed you, you can actually turn it off. You can turn off all the animations. And I should actually restate though, it's not hentai. Yeah, it's not hentai at all. But it is very softcore. I will put it that way. But as far as like the other content is concerned, it does have, it's close. Yeah, it's close. It's pushed as hard as it could. But it's trying to not teeter over the edge, but it's pushing as hard as it can. Been watching you for the next one. But as far as the gameplay is concerned, it is a strategy RPG. It is very involved in its gameplay. There is a lot of thought that's into it. The gacha is super generous compared to other gacha games I've played. It's very generous. There is a lot of good reasons to play the game, in my opinion. The degeneracy is just a cherry on top for me. I would still play it if it didn't have this good art. I like how Assassin says hentai without the H, because that's basically what it is. So, Snowbreak. Snowbreak is a very interesting thing for me. Hentai, yeah. Because I once said on stream that I have a friend who really loves Snowbreak. And that friend is Zeriskin, my head admin. And she tries really hard to get me to play the game. She shills for Snowbreak. And for the life of me, I'm not entirely sure why. Because I have tried so hard to love Snowbreak. But there's something about it that stops me. Like, it's right on the border. It's right on the border of A tier for me. Because it has a lot of good going for it. It has a lot of good going for it. But it's like it doesn't do enough to hook me. The story is great. Weren't you complaining about the story like a week ago? And complaining about how the China bros ruined it? The models are great though, I will agree with that. The girls look great. The model looks great. The China bros ruin everything. The gameplay is okay. I think there's just something about the gameplay that it never really hit with me, and I think that might be because I'm comparing it to other actual shooters I play that aren't gacha games. So the actual shooter gameplay, it doesn't really hit well for me, and then also the game is just too easy. So I can't even sink my teeth into anything of the gameplay. But the interactive cutscenes are good. I bought one. I might have bought two, but I know I bought one. I bought I bought Life's interactive cutscene, and that was very fun. Gals of War. But I need more than you know, degeneracy, you know? Like, I want an actually good and fun game to play. Like, I want like a good meal. I just don't want like an okay meal with like a bunch of sauce that makes it good, you know? And so the story about how China Bros ruined Snowbreak. Riskin went into it a good amount, but one thing that the CN Bros complained about was that there was a girl in the story, and she stepped on an NPC guy just as a show of dominance. She was a dominatrix. Yeah, the guy was just an NPC. She stepped on him, and the China Bros were mad and complained because they weren't the ones who had stepped on. And they got so mad that they had to remove the story. And they the devs apologized for angering the fan base. Yeah. Oh no. It should have been me, not him. That's literally what happened. Except they took it seriously. The controversy doesn't make sense. I understand why you say that, but that's actually what happened. I saw it happen in real time. I actually saw it happen in real time. And a lot of it is because I guess you can say that audience saw Snowbreak as like its safe haven, because when the time Snowbreak came out, there was a lot of radical feminism going on in China, I guess you can say, and it was censoring a lot of games, and it was ruining a good amount of storylines because it was also made like the male hero week and stuff and all that stuff. So Snowbreak was like, no, we're not doing that. So all of the China Bros went to that game, and they see it as their safe haven now. So that is their main audience. At least that's how I understand it. That is from the perspective of a person who has looked into the situation as much as they could without knowing the language and being neck deep into the culture. What I heard is a dev cater too much towards the audience. That's what it's gotten to, yes. But initially it was seen as like Snowbreak was the savior of gacha games, more or less. And yeah, it is a little rough in South Korea as well, a little bit. But yeah, getting off of that subject, Snowbreak is in B tier for me. I really want it to be A, but I just can't justify it. Alright, so a number of people have said so far that they're surprised I haven't played Blue Archive. Fuck you, such... So the reason why I don't want to play Blue Archive is because I'm not really into that fantasy. Now, I know for a fact I am oversimplifying it, for sure. But the main thing I hear about Blue Archive is that you are a teacher in a school, and I'm like, that's not my thing. that is just not my thing. I don't want to be involved in that. So take that as you will. You guys are free to influence me or try to change my mind, but that's where I stood for a few years now, since I heard of Blue Archive. So normie. Okay, so Zenless Zone Zero. This is the newest of the Hoyoverse games. How do you guys feel about this one? It's easy, I like it. S tier with a pair sound effect. A shape-shifting villainous, wow. More drama again. Yeah, it's new. Say A tier. Hoyo pass. Didn't try it. So I tried, well, obviously it's on the list, so I tried Zenless Zone Zero, obviously. A by bounce of all Hoyoverse games. Makes sense. Yeah, so as far as... It's pretty funny. So here's the thing. Right Assassin, that's just like I was about to bring up. Zenless Zone Zero is getting so much flack for being a Gooner game. For being degenerate. But it's like, man, you guys have no fucking clue. You guys have no actual clue what a degenerate game actually is. It is so funny whenever I see anyone complain about how Gooner Zenless Zone Zero is. Yeah, it's mild at best. It's like, oh, so we have jiggle physics in the game. Cool. Oh, the characters look good. Like, oh, the characters look good? Must be a Gooner game. Like, you can maybe say, like, maybe like Bernice is like, or Bernice is like the closest thing you get to like a quote-unquote fat bait. But honestly, no. Bernice is just really fucking fun. Yeah, they're doing the power creeping. So, yeah, just the mainstream audience is just so funny. So, for me, I had to put it here. I think Zenless is pretty fun. I think Zenless is actually pretty fun. For your Hoyoverse game, I think Zenless is pretty fun. But I don't play the game anymore. If there was any Hoyoverse that I would come back to and do content on, like maybe I want to get on the Hoyoverse bandwagon and make money on, I'll pick Zenless Zone Zero. But I have heard it is starting to go into his Hoyoverse tendencies. That usually dooms the Hoyoverse games to mediocrity. But as a person who played it for a little over a month and a half, what I played early on was pretty good. I have not played the part where they actually got rid of the TV system. I actually made a video on that. I was very like 50-50 on a TV system, but I imagine that the game only got better without it. And I imagine the game is better now. But people are starting to complain about it now. We'll see what happens. But as for now, it's an A tier. Only Honkai game we care about is Honkai Impact 3rd. Makes sense. Makes sense. Honkai Star Rail. So, Honkai Star Rail, what do you guys think? I have a lot of thoughts on Honkai Star Rail. But I want to see what you guys think first. Black screen simulator. Never played it. One of the games of all time. Boring story. Great to fall asleep to. Hoyoverse Pass. I got you, Longtran. Music is good though. Yeah, I agree with that. Okay, so here's my perspective. My favorite genre is sci-fi. And that should be fairly obvious with my top 4 games on this list right now. I love sci-fi. So when Honkai Star Rail was first announced, it was a game that I immediately wishlisted and kept an eye on. And I played it as soon as it released. And it was one of the few gacha games that actually had a fantastic intro. The Belobog arc is fantastic. The Kokoya boss battle is fantastic. But as soon as you leave Belobog, it's all downhill from there. It's all downhill. I am so disappointed in Honkai Star Rail. The Lafu arc it takes way too long. I was like, guys, when are we getting the fuck out of this place? I really did not care much for it. And then we got to Penacony, And Penacony was like, okay, this is actually a fun setting. I actually really like how this setting is. But then they fumbled so hard on telling the story. They fumbled so super hard. It got to the point where I was skipping dialogue because I did not care anymore. I just did not care. I did not care at all. Space Australia. Arctic is on my list of games to play, but I haven't played it yet. Yeah, and the sad part is that everything that people are complaining about now, about Honkai Star Rail, I saw it very, very quickly. I saw it very early on. So the fact that people are complaining about it now because they're like, it's funny, they defended the hell out of it early on, but now they're complaining about it. They're complaining about the things that they defended, and it's like, yeah, that's just classic Hoyoverse fans. So I'm glad I got out of it. I am keeping an eye on it because Honkai Star Rail was one of those games that I really wanted to like. Like, I really wanted to like it, but it just didn't work. I literally did the math, yeah. Especially with this power creeping. So this one, Tower Fantasy. Do you guys remember this one? Hey Tangos, how's it going? Tower Fantasy is pretty interesting. This was one of the early gacha games that was touted as the Genshin killer, even though it wasn't trying to be the Genshin killer. It's just more. It's more like it wanted to be like part of the show, more or less. It wasn't trying to kill Genshin. It just wanted to be a good game, and it kind of just stole Genshin's Impact's homework a little bit. It's like, what if we do Genshin Impact, but it's an MMO, more or less. Exactly. And I played it. I tried to get into it, but I just couldn't. In fact, I couldn't get it. I couldn't get into this even more than Genshin Impact. I think it's just a mess. Now, I am interested in trying Tower Fantasy when the new version comes out, because apparently they made a lot of changes, and Perfect World got the IP back, and apparently they're going to try really hard to sell the game in global again. So I may take a look at it again when the new version comes out. But as for right now, I had a worse experience with it than in Genshin Impact. And I do not like Genshin Impact at all. The only thing that I like about Genshin Impact is the character design, specifically for Lisa, Jean, Barbara, and Shogun. Those four, really. I don't really care too much about anyone else. But those four characters is enough for Genshin Impact to be over Tower Fantasy. An urban open world game? Yeah, I think it's called Neverness Everness. People are saying that NTE is going to be DOA because of Ananta. Because Ananta looks way better than Neverness Everness, which I agree with. Alright, so the next one is Ash Echoes. You guys probably have never heard of this game before. Ash Echoes, I got an email about this, and they just were spreading the word to people that to content creators. They wanted them to try out their game in the beta. Hold on. Is there an order to watch your Frontline 2 playlist? In terms of the story, I do have a playlist for the summary series, but as far as like an order is concerned for the videos in general, no, I don't have an order. You can just watch what you want. But have you guys heard of Ash Echoes? I actually don't think you guys would know about this because this has gone completely under the radar. The way that people have described Ash Echoes to me is that it's Arknights but in 3D. More frame mechanics made it worse. Yeah, I never heard of it that way. Like people, like when I was playing this, when I was a lowly content creator. Yeah, people had told me that this is basically just Arknights but in 3D. When they watch it play it on stream. So yeah, it's 3D tower defense, yes. And the thing is that it has a very involved story. The story is very long and actually kind of interesting. I actually do like his story, but I only played like 10 hours of it. Before I went back to playing other games. And I think a large part of it is because it takes a long time to actually get settled into the story. And even when I wanted to like just do battles and do side content, the side content also had like hours upon hours worth of story. It's a visual novel with the game on top of it. That's the best way to put it. And I think this is one of the games where I think it may have too much story, and it doesn't allow you to just play the game, because the game mechanics is actually pretty good. But since there's so much story, you're going to feel tempted to skip a lot of it. So I think it kind of depends on how you original novel to Gacha, yeah. Yeah, it depends on how you approach the game. Me, I'm okay with putting it in B, but it's going to be at like the bottom. It's probably better than that. Yeah, so like right here. Yeah, in terms of fun, it's probably like right there. It did a lot of good things, but there is like wall of text fatigue. You get fatigued by the story. Thanks for the congrats, Realist. I appreciate it. So, the monster, the original, the destroyer of wallets, Fate's Grand Order. I love the Fate series. I love it a lot. It's probably like, in terms of general media, it might be my favorite to follow. I was pretty deep into it for a while. I remember when Zriska and I were playing Face Day Night, and how engrossed we got into Face Day Night, and then we watched Fate Zero, and Fate Zero was really good, and then we did Fate Ataraxia, and that was a pretty interesting story. And then I played Fate Grand Order, and it's like right here. I have played the Samurai one, but I haven't played Fate Extra or CCC yet. My main issue with Fate Grand Order is that there's no auto battle. I think that's like the main thing that's been holding it back. Because the combat, in complete honesty, it's boring. I don't know how else to say it. Like, to just be very straight with you, I think the game is boring. And the only way it's good is if you're playing with your favorite characters, or you're at endgame, or you're engrossed in the story. But I can't even get to the good part of the story because the game is just so boring. So the only way that I can play Fate Grand Order is if I'm playing with my favorite characters. And for me, my favorite characters is Saber and Merlin. But then I lost my account, and I don't want to play Fate Grand Order without my two favorite characters. So I can't justify it higher than a B. I was contemplating putting it in C, but the story is actually really good if you can get to it. But I can't see anyone realistically holding out for that long. Yeah, apparently they fixed that now, Assassin. Apparently you can do that now. They put in a system for that now. Oh, I've heard. But yeah, they took so damn long. The gameplay gets fun later with the gameplay gets fun later is what you're saying, which it probably does. I mean, there is a reason why people are playing out and why it's still one of the most popular Gacha games out there, but the new player experience is ass. Just straight up saying it, the new player experience is bad. And I'm okay with saying that because I used to say the same thing for Nikke, where I said the new player experience in Nikke was bad, but then they actually went back and fixed it. For spending 50,000 FGO, yeah, I think that was I want to say that's actually was he a Street Fighter player? Daigo? I want to say it's Daigo who did that. New player experience now, and JP is way better. I don't know, dude. Like maybe I'm just really caught up on just not having Saber and Merlin. I really want my Saber and Merlin back. Like if I had them, I'll probably try again. But I think they have pity now, actually. I want to say they have pity now. But wasn't the hard pity like super high though? Like, wasn't it super high? Or isn't it super high, I should say? Yeah, 900 quartz is a lot. That's a lot. Let's be real here. That's a lot. 900 is a lot. Yeah, Raven, I'm holding out for the anniversary. Like, because I do remember that they give out free units on the anniversary, so if they're still doing Saber for the anniversary, I'll try again there, and then I'll try to hold out for Merlin, see if Saber is enough for me to do it. Because I actually do really want to play FGO and enjoy it, but it's just so hard for me. Okay, moving on, because there's two left. Starseed. You guys probably don't know Starseed. Summer Merlin? Yeah, I'm thinking about Summer Merlin. Yeah, Summer Merlin is one I want, actually. Actually, if it's any Merlin, I'm good with that. But Starseed. You guys probably don't know Starseed, because Starseed is very, very, very unknown. They don't have... Well, actually, they did a video on it, actually. So if you guys want to look at the video on that, it was before I got big on Girls Frontline. I was still thinking about making Starseed part of my rotation, and it was for a while. The story started out pretty good, but then they just dropped it. They haven't updated a story for like 5 months. I want to say, like, it's been 5 months since they updated the main story. And then you have the auto battling function. The auto battler itself, it's like 5 months is crazy, yeah. It's a big I'll put it in this way. I think Project Neurocloud's auto battling gameplay is better than Starseed's. But here's the thing that Starseed does good, and that's the character models. The character models are really good. The characters look really good. The battles are quick, and you can get characters very, very easily. Like the Gacha is about as generous as Brown Dust 2. And Neuroclaw's combat is ass. Now, I will say it is just my opinion. Obviously, you guys will have different opinions, but I do personally believe that Neurocloud has better combat than Starseed, because Starseed is not very involved when it comes to its combat, while Neurocloud actually is. Like with positioning and the stages actually have terrain, and your command buttons, you have 3 instead of 1. So it really depends on if you like how good the characters look, because I think that's carrying the game the most right now. Is how good the characters look actually. But I am what's risking on this one. It's not. They kind of squandered it. It just feels like it's not being updated fast enough. It's not doing anything new. It's just putting you on a treadmill. If they actually did new stuff in Star Seed, then I can see it being bumped up higher. But they really have to show that they want to try new stuff and improve the gameplay or something like that. It has to actually do stuff, but it's stagnant right now. Favor is one of the free parts that you can get from Yuki. Okay, I didn't know that. Like I said, I do want to try FGO. It's funny that we're going back to the FGO. But I'm being genuine here. I do actually want to like FGO more. But we'll have to see. I kind of like PNT combat if my Dawson randomly die from stage gimmicks, yeah. Sweet, what? No, I understand it. You know, everyone has their game that they love, especially gacha game, because you know it's very easy to be entrenched in a gacha game, right? So I completely understand. What difficulty did you play Reverse Collapse at? So I don't want to use myself as a benchmark because I also had to play Reverse Collapse for videos. So I actually played it on casual mode because I eventually got to the point where I was like, okay, I'm just going to have to, if I'm going to actually be able to talk about this on stream and make videos about it, I'm going to have to just say screw the gameplay difficulty. I got to burn through it. So I did play on casual mode. However, even casual mode is challenging. It can be challenging. And I say this as a person who plays Fire Emblem on the hardest difficulty for like 15 years. I played Valkyrie Profile, but also Valkyria Chronicles on the hardest difficulty. I play a lot of strategy games on the hardest difficulty, and I can see that challenge mode, not challenge, but casual mode would still be hard for some people. So Dojin SRPG. Now, I will say it was easy for me, but I can see it being a challenge for people. Now, if I actually had the time and I was just being like a normie and I wasn't planning on making content for the game, I would stick on Challenge Plus and then play all the way through. VC3 definitely needs a remake, I agree. But since I am a content creator, I did play on casual mode. Challenge Plus is not first playthrough material. I got to Chapter 3 on Challenge Plus. On my first playthrough. But I do agree, if you're not like super duper ultra sweaty like me, don't do Challenge Plus in your first playthrough. Okay, so SMT DX2. I remember playing this game, but I honestly don't remember too much of it either, Zerskin. I know what I played I really liked, actually. And I think a lot of it was because SMT in general is like, it might be my favorite franchise. Period. SMT. So there's a lot of bias in that too. The gameplay is classic SMT. But I didn't play so much of it. Yeah, SMT of course includes Persona. Yeah, Persona is an SMT game, as much as people don't want to say it is. Yeah, it's SMT but watered down. So I guess I'll put it like right here. And I really only said it because of bias. It's one of those games where I had to play again. But when I played it, I remember I really liked it. Yeah, they also collab with themselves. they collab with other SMT games, which is pretty funny. So that is my list. What do you guys think? Are you guys surprised by the list? Also, I remember a question one of you had about my gameplay habits, I think. Yeah, how much gacha game is too much for you? I actually don't know, honestly. So, before I played gacha games, I played just normal games, but I speedran them. Before I got big on Fire Emblem Heroes, I was a speedrunner for Persona 5. And since I speedran Persona 5, I speedran Persona 5 Strikers and Royal. So I am very used to playing a single game for a super long time. And picking apart the game a bit by bit and practicing stages over and over again for basically no reason. So playing a lot of gacha games, it's really nothing to me. So what do I prioritize? Story, gameplay, or something I'm looking for gachas? So there's a lot of gacha games out there, right? For me, it's more of a balance. You're a masochist! Actually, yes. People have called me a masochist. So, I'm glad to see that's coming back. I'm ready for Cyber 2.5. I am, yes. Yeah, for me, it's a balance between gameplay and story. The story has to be good enough for me to stay involved in, because even if the gameplay is good, the gameplay will eventually get old, and then I want to go play something else. So the game needs to have a hook to keep me going, and usually that's the story. You can probably see why Nikke and the two Girls Frontline games are at the top, because they have excellent stories and I love their gameplay. And since you guys now know that I'm a masochist, you can see why Girls Frontline 1 is at the top, because that's a game for masochists. But yeah, I am waiting for Siren for Nikke. I checked out of Wuo because it's a terrible ass twist. I agree as a masochist myself. That's so funny. Okay, I'm glad you guys got to know me better. This was actually pretty fun. This also took way longer than I thought. I thought this was only be an hour, but we actually had a lot to talk about. Girls Fight 1's the natural game. I mean, I can agree with that. I can agree with that. Okay, I am breaking up Project Net now. Because I did say that I was gonna try out Project Net for you guys on Discord. But I need to wait for it to load up. A double shift job. Yeah, Granblue Fantasy was one of the games I wanted to try too. But I never got around to it. Like the ones on my list in terms of old games is Princess Connect, Granblue, and try to get back to FGO. Since I've been told just now that you can get Saber for free, I'll probably push through it with a new account. Ever consider Heaven's Burns Red? I have. Only because Psyche has tried it before, or actually he advocates for it. But from what I've seen, it looks like it's very visual novel heavy, and I'm not sure if I want to go in depth with another visual novel game again. Yeah, I'm not sure if I want to do Heaven's Burns Red because of dialogue bloat, especially I never touched the game, especially if I want to try out Arknights as well. If you like ZZ and PGR, do you want to try Honkai Impact third? Uh, I've been deterred away from it. I guess is the best way to put it. Okay, looks like it's working. Let me pull up the music first. Well, I can never find my stuff on here. I swear to God. We do this. Yeah, it's because I'm trying to swap to my my other window. Hey, yeah, it's just not showing up on here. I hate when this happens. Hold on. You know, what, let's use desktop so I don't stop fucking around with this. Genshin was Mihoyo's downfall. An interesting take there. I mean, I don't like Genshin either, but shit, they're making a lot of money. It's not letting me open the thing. There it is. Oh. Right, here it is. Whoa! That gets. I see they added more skins. Yeah, they have. Yeah, so we thought this was a Destroyer, but this is actually just a skin for PKP. Alright, so this is the beta. At least I think it's beta, and maybe alpha, to be honest. So far, there are 2 modes. Co-op and combat simulation. Combat simulation is arena. Oh, if it's beta, that's interesting. That skin got me to mistype. This is mobile. I'm going to show playing alone first. That gross skin sent me. I love that. It did for me too. That's why I'm laughing. I'm glad we're all on the same wavelength. It kind of looks bad graphics wise. Is it the stream? No, it's not the stream. It's not the stream. Okay, it wasn't this laggy before. Hold on. Okay, it's starting to come together now. Okay, let's step back a little bit. 5 FPS. Alright, so just look at this right here. Hold on. This is the first thing I noticed when I first started playing the game. A hyper register cam FPS drop. I remember that. That's actually a good thing. Like a good analogy. Yeah, this is like draw distance animation, where they actually lower the amount of frames on objects, so the game won't lag as much. But yeah, it's being used up close. So, I did a... Hold on. Oh, there's a lot of lag per second there. So, I've done a lot of fumbling around with the controls, trying to make it as much of a shooter game as possible, but it is so hard to do that. Like, I spent like 30 minutes trying to fuck with the controls. So is jank Snowbreak? Yeah, I guess is the best way to put that. Snowbreak is definitely in a better spot than this game right now. Like, obviously I like where the idea is right now, and in fact I do like that we can do this. I do like that we can do this. That's very nice. But, yeah. So, I think there's two reasons for the lag right now. The first is that this is on the C servers. This is in the Philippines. And I'm in America right now, so there is distance. My ping is very high, so that's one thing. But the other thing is that, well, this game isn't quite optimized. That's why I was actually quite surprised to hear. Wow, I'm actually fucking dead. Holy shit! I was actually quite surprised to hear that this is in beta, because yeah, that's just very interesting. It's very interesting to hear that this is in beta and not alpha. You take care, Zeriskin. Now, there are three different modes. You can use auto-aim, so you don't have to aim, because it's a mobile game, obviously. But you can swap to custom, which is just free aim. And there's auto-fire, where all you need to do is just aim correctly, and you can start firing. So that is nice. you have abilities. For Groza, it's an AoE, and wow, I died again. Alright, take care, Assassin. And thanks again. Auto aim is sus. Like I said, it's a mobile game, so they got to do compromises here, which is why I am so surprised that they even bother with the mobile game aspect. Like I understand that mobile games are more profitable than PC games, but not really for shooters. Even for Snowbreak, it's played the most on PC. So I'm actually really surprised that they pushed mobile the most. Yeah, I imagine a lot of it deals with me just being in America as well. Location. In fact, I wasn't going to actually be part of this test. But apparently it was, apparently they needed more players. They didn't have enough players to for the arena mode. And well, that's probably because a large amount of their audience isn't in the Philippines. It's in America, and actually I'll say a lot of it is America and Korea. I think that might be their biggest fanbase set. The cringe mobile options, yeah. Like, I know for a fact that PC is hard carrying Snowbreak. Mobile games, or the mobile version of Snowbreak is not doing very well. In fact, I'm pretty sure they kind of gave up on it because people prefer to play on PC. Oh, I just auto died there. What the fuck? Okay, let's make more sense out of this. Out of forfeit. Chris is dying from lag. Yeah, that boss looks insane. And yeah, I was solo that whole time. Yeah, that was mostly because I wanted to try it out solo first. Just so you guys know about the gameplay first. Yeah, I think this game desperately needs to be on PC. Yeah, like this game desperately needs to be on PC. That is my thought right now. But there are some things that some other things it needs to do too. Just from like my very raw initial thoughts is I think they need to focus a bit more on the animations. Like, I'm pretty sure the robots being in drop distance mode is not because I'm in America. You know? I'm pretty sure it's also because it's not that optimized yet. So definitely work on optimization first. Yeah, failing hit registration, I'm pretty sure that's because of lag. So I'm not gonna rag on them too much from there. It's not bad for a PS2 game though. Oh, my mouse is showing. Hold on. And for sure, this game has potential, but I am not confident that this is beta instead of alpha. All right, let's see if we can get some players here. Early gen PS3. Actually, no. Let's not do co-op. Let's go right into the meat and potatoes. If we're going to compare graphics, this is comparable to Final Fantasy X. And Final Fantasy X was a PS2 game. I wouldn't say this is a PS3 game. Even early PS3. The thing is that I used to play Ether Gazer on emulator, and it looked pretty similar, or it looked pretty good. Obviously, the PC is like a native PC game is always gonna be better than the emulator for mobile, but Ether Gazer looked way better than this in terms of resolution. Yeah, Pokey, I understand what you're saying. They very sparingly use the facial recognition polygon count, whatever you want to call it, the facial animations for the cutscenes. And when it came to combat, they use lower polygon models. Oh, am I in? Oh, and yeah, I should say there is no gacha for this game. There are loot boxes, but there is no gacha. Alright, so I have no idea what I'm doing. Oh, actually, I see. Oh, there we go. I think we're just gonna stand here. Spotting. I'm not sure. I'm not sure if I'm playing with other people right now, because no one's doing anything. One of the gameplays of all time. Hold on. The gameplay of playing those indie games. I know. Like, man, this is just like the rampage of the E's. Like, all I've really seen was just Cheetah. Like, hey. I don't even know if they're actually playing the game or if they're just lagging that much. Like, I don't know if I'm playing bots right now because they're not doing anything. They're just standing there. Like, I may legit be playing against bots. Oh, am I getting shot? I'm getting shot. Hold on. The live rate would be that bad, yeah. Because even my teammates are just standing there. It's just the future. Let me aim! I hate this so much. I finally died. This is so fun. I'm not gonna lie. This is really fun. I got like a bunch of stuff actually. fun for all the wrong reasons. Wait, what? Oh, I think that person was just, like, really into shooting things. He's a masochist! Oh, I'm glad that's back. I remember being called that when I used to be popular on stream. Everyone called me a masochist. I'm glad nothing's changed. Well, I have no idea what's going on right now. This is fun. Oh, we're done. I think we're done. We should be done, anyways. We just killed the Guardian. That should be the end of the stage. Someone's actually hitting me really hard. I can't tell who. Like, legit, I can't tell who. Payback. Beyond godlike, really? Hold on. Gamer move. Gamer moment there. If these controls weren't so garbage, I got to see this being really fun if the controls weren't so garbage. For real. I'm not gonna lie. Someone's actually... I think people figured out that they should just be Wawa. Like, yeah, let's just snipe. So I have no idea when this match ends. I thought we just killed the Guardian, that was it. Hold on, let me aim. Let me aim correctly. There we go. Okay, there's no way I'm still godlike. Wait, who are the ladies in the thumbnail? That's the AR team. Oh, hold on, I'm getting hit. That's bad there's no healers. Oh, no, controls! Please! This can't be real. I can't be the only good shooter here, right? This can't be real. Oh, shit. Oh my god. I'm pretty sure someone's being like, someone stop that guy! Someone fucking kill him! Seriously, I'm at like 1 HP. I'm still not dead. I got a double kill? I got... Okay, is it actually my kills? I'm starting to wonder. Oh, wow. Okay, yeah, she definitely lagged. The amount of kills you're stealing, it's not my fault. It's the game. All my kills have been legitimate. Probably gotta get lower than that. There we go. See, that was legit me. That was all me. $99. Okay, actually, I want to die. Like, hey, let me die. There we go. I was wondering, like, so can I actually die? No, it's... Look at this. I don't understand it. These have to be computers. They have to be. Right, these are bots, right? They have to be. Unless I'm that good. You're nothing now. So I'm thinking like these are either bots or the controls are that bad. For mobile, I mean, because I'm cheating a little bit because I'm on emulator, so I can play mouse and keyboard. But even mouse and keyboard controls is still terrible. But it's still better than playing on mobile. I got that request by players since there are some really good mobile players in C. Okay. Yeah, you can't. I looked. Well, let me actually look right now because I'm not planning on going back in there. So there's settings. There's gyro controls. And here's assist settings. The secondary fire button doesn't matter. What's the sound of gun? Yeah. So yeah, there's no keybinds or anything like that. And apparently there's T-Doll voices, but I didn't hear any T-Doll voices. I don't know why they're shooting here. So here's my thought. I don't think they're in beta. Yeah, they got almost in the gun. Profile pictures. They're bots for sure. 100%. Yeah, that one was interesting, but I'm not gonna judge too much on it because those are just bots, right? Like for sure, those were bots. Let's go of 1 to 1. How would you rate the game? Like, I definitely want to get into a game where with actual people, and then I want to judge that way. But as it stands right now, that wasn't the greatest experience. But before we go back to tonight and go into the next game, that's the thing, right? This is actually a really good idea. People have been asking for a shooter. Ghost Frontline for a very long time. Oh, there's a survey. I'm not gonna use it. I'm not gonna do it yet, though. It's not time for a survey yet. Yeah, but people have been waiting for or been asking for a shooter, a Ghost Frontline shooter for a long time. So much so that when Ghost Frontline 2 came out, people expressed their disappointment that it wasn't a shooter. So I think this was in large part as to the reason why this fan game was made, because they wanted to fulfill that wish. For a shooter game. Unfortunately, it's with a small team. In fact, it may even be like 1 or 2 people. I don't know yet. We need like an interview with the guys who are making this game right now to see how big their team is. But for like an indie game, they're on the right path. But from what I've seen right now, this may be a bit too early. So Yokai, this is a fan game, but it was picked up by Nikke. This definitely Star is a fan game. I looked into the information. So when this game was initially announced on Twitter, people asked them, was this a fan game? And they said yes, but they had close ties to the Nikke dev team. But then that account got deleted, and they made a new account as an official game. So, going by that, yes, this is a fan game, but it's backed by Nikke, or is supported by Nikke. And this is also why this is This is also why this is made by a team that is not from Mika either, which is why its initial beta test is in the Philippines and not in China. It's not a fan game, it was backed up by an official publisher. Technically that is correct. But in terms of the team who are doing it are fans. And they just happened to have endorsement by Mika. So if you want to get very nitpicky with it, In Spirit is a fan game. Which is why I don't want to judge it as an official game. Because if I judge it as an official game, I would say this game is garbage. But I'm not going to do that. Thanks, Recon. I appreciate it. And yeah, that was a ray gun. I clocked out 1 hour before it finished. Wow. Domino Mask Groza, yeah. Ooh, that's a lot of glass pieces. Oh, they call it diamonds here. I think what people were asking for was more of like a PvE shooter, not a PvP shooter. And I think in terms of the essence of what this game is going to be, I think that is what is going to be the most... Oh, wow, I actually got her. Holy shit, I didn't think it was that early. I think that's going to be the most contentious right now. But there's also co-op campaign, so it's not like they're neglecting that, but they definitely advertise the PvP aspect the most so far. Yeah, you must have a cursed shift, Recon. But I know those days when I used to work at a call center. Those were long days too. When I want something like Division 2, yeah. I think Groza's the only one with the skin besides PKP. I like this skin actually. Looks good. I'm tired of extraction shooters. I get you there. Yeah, it's a nice attention to detail. It would be nice if we can just do a batch level up system, not do this one by one. Or are these are loadouts for Rosa? Okay. Yeah, I'm just learning about things right now. All I gotta do is for her too. So it is pretty funny because there's no gacha for this game. There's only loot boxes. And I think that is a huge plus for a game like this. Like, if you're going to go the PvP route, it's good that there's no gacha. Do they also have profiles? I don't believe they do. Yeah, and click on T-Dolls. There's nothing. There's no upgrades. Oh, the skin has a profile. This little description there. Okay, so they don't have a gacha, but they do have loot boxes, and you can spend to do the loot box. Loot boxes are illegal in some areas. Yeah, you are correct about that. To be honest, I was a little surprised that they went the loot box route. A lot, geez. Like there's no story. It might change in the future. I think the big thing it just needs to do right now is to just be a good game. And then if it can do that, then we can start talking about story. So I'll say right now I am not surprised that there's no story at the moment. Rise for Ghost Frontline. Yeah, that's the premise so far. Like when you first open the game, it says "Welcome to Nirvana" and stuff like that. And yeah, you're basically going out and handling shit in the multiverse. But that's like the only basis we have so far. Absolute paste. Yeah, except they spelled the nations wrong, like, really poorly. Multiverse or simulation? They specifically said world lines. World lines. So that should imply at least timeline related. We're going to try and see if we can get actual players. Worldlines could be simulations. Typically, no. It should just be timelines timelines, but I know what you're saying because the worlds themselves could be simulations. That can be a factor, yes. But as far as we understood it, when they say world lines, that typically means timelines. Please don't be more bots. It was so bad with just bots. Probably more bots. I don't want there to be more bots, please no. I'm pretty sure that's the case too, Plague Dog. But I don't want to quit out just in case that assumption is wrong. But if there's just nothing but bots this game, then oh no, it's the cheetahs again. Nah, these are all bots. Let's not do that again. Hey! Okay. So, maybe it's just too late. Well, it's either that, so maybe it's one of two things, right? One, it's too late, or two, I'm too far away to connect to people. It's one of those two things. Yeah, I could be both at the same time. If there's no players, I'd be really fucking sad, because this is a playtest. Also the first day of the playtest as well. I would imagine that there'd be actually players on the first day at least. Sneaky outsiders. So there's only sneaky outsiders, which I'm one of them because I'm not in the Philippines. Yeah, maybe I just need to move to the Philippines and try it then. But I imagine with my ping being so bad over here that I could legitimately just not be connecting to people. For black screen when entering. Wow, that does suck. But still, they've done a lot of hyping up the next playtest. So I don't want to say that there's just no plays on the first day. That's like really big black pill stuff. So I'm pretty hopeful that it's on my side and not the actual game itself not having any players. That's really like the worst case scenario. That said, they should bring this skin over to Girls Frontline too. This skin is... wow. See broken pipe back code. Yeah, there's basis for that. Not right now. I got... that makes sense. They all went to bed. Too bad I'm a late night streamer. Mixing textures. Lava meta? That makes sense with what I just played. She does feel the most OP out of what I managed to play. Let's put the void. Oh, maybe there's players here. Never mind, it's bots. Yeah, I thought there were players because it was an A nation on both sides. But okay, I guess we're not playing it this late. I'll have to turn on early. Or play it earlier in the day, which means it wouldn't be during stream. But to be completely fair, this game still needs more work. So I'm not dying to play it all the time. Definitely want to wait for a PC version, because that's when the game really starts, in my opinion. If they can make a PC version and really knock it out of the park, I can see this game leaving a good enough impression. Agreed. The PC port is definitely what matters. Tablet. It's probably better than your phone. At least you have more space. Oh, by the way, I do like this theme, this lobby theme. I think it's very good. Yeah. there's a good amount that they can do. Okay, time to pull this game down because we can't play it right now. There's no players I can connect to. So we go back to Girls Frontline 2. Because there's actually a lot I need to do on Ghost Frontline 2. We'll wait for challenge mode. Wait, no, I can do it all at once? Yeah, I can. Okay. Cool. Alright, take care, Chan. Look, you guys can keep giving me these weak dolls. Wait, where's the buddy with the V6? Don't tell me y'all were slacking. Wait, none of y'all have V6 Clue Kai? I actually don't have to try. Where's Rita? Shake my head, bad friends. I die studying French. Oh, I got you. Yeah. Guild work is serious business. Like, I hate how long this types of battles take. I really want to auto those. But I feel like if I do, then I'm just kind of just fucking over my own guild. I'll be very surprised if the revenue for this month isn't like crazy high, or at least close to how it was at launch. I imagine it won't beat launch, and the only reason for that is because that's interesting. It's because there'd be less players playing the game compared to the players that the player count at launch, because Ghost Frontline 2 is no longer a new game. Feels like a fool's V4. It's rough out there. I get you. Oh. Yeah, that'd be nice. Oh, did you guys hear about the quote-unquote announcement that we are... Well, I shouldn't say that we're not getting it, but it's very likely that we're not getting a revision of CK in Ghost Frontline 1 of the finale. I just remembered that because you guys brought up Global. Yujong and Global. Thanks, Ed. I appreciate it. And I'm happy you guys are along for the ride. Alright, toss my chair out the window. Feels bad. Yeah, it's pretty unfortunate because I feel like it's a bit self-inflated. Oh, it's 5 hours. Never mind. I got you baited. Okay, we can play the Nikke mode. Oh, you get infinite ammo. Okay, yeah, that's... Oh, the announcement is just that there's probably not going to be a rewrite for CK, which is the Ghost Frontline 1 finale. And it is a little self-inflated because people just assumed it was going to happen because everyone knows that that is rough. The ending is rough. It's the best way to put it. So does dying in T-32 cannon. We can probably say it may be canon for Ghost Frontline 1, but is it canon Ghost Frontline 2? We don't know. It's very likely that's a no, though. Based on everything that... Based on all the evidence that Ghost Frontline 2 has given us, it seems likely that they're going to ignore the ending for Ghost Frontline 1. Now, I have... So the thing is, Lontran, I have never actually subscribed. God damn it, why can't I just play them? I never actually subscribed entirely to the idea of there being a rewrite. That it was going to be a shot in the dark of them doing that. The only reason why it was being popularized within the community and then assumed by the community is because basically everyone universally says that it's bad. Maybe a multiverse theory coming. We already have that, honestly. That's already set in stone thanks to reverse collapse. I'm actually low on Stardust Gold. Let's just focus on that one. Oh, wow, that's expensive. Never mind. Just grab these first then. First move where the same commander from Ghost Frontline 1 and lived. It's... Then that would mean... So the thing is that it's already confirmed that the Frankfurt battle in Ghost Frontline 2 is not the same as a Frankfurt battle in Ghost Frontline 1. Not even close. So there's already a huge discrepancy there. And with that being a thing, something is going to have to change, or it's going to have to be addressed somehow. They can address it by saying it's going to be like a different timeline, or they address it by saying that Ghost Frontline 1's ending never happened. I don't want to do this team. Tololo. Where's Tololo? Lunation timeline strikes again. Oh, wrong one. Oh, wasn't there... I was so sure that there was additional stuff I need to do. But if not, then... yeah, I'll just auto. Oh, yeah, here they are. Losing 18 units. From the first area, and... Mission Space 3. Okay. Yeah, that's why I'm very interested in seeing what they plan on doing. Because even lore nerds like myself, they are not happy with the Ghost Frontline 1 ending, and they prefer if it was rewritten, even if it could be salvaged. But so many people, like even China, the Chinese players, have expressed their distaste for the ending. So everyone was so sure that they were going to rewrite it, especially since it's been hinted that the finale was sabotaged. I don't... That's still up in the air if it actually was sabotaged or not. There is evidence for it, and people swear up and down that it is actually the case. But it has never been confirmed, and I don't think it ever will be confirmed. And at the end of the day, it doesn't truly matter, because it's still going to be up to Yuzhong if they rewrite it or not. And so far, there hasn't been any indication that they will rewrite it. You can bend IRL reality? Not personally, no. But a lot of it seems to be that, to be completely fair, it's not just the finale that has issues. One big problem that I personally seen as a person who's been studying the lore, is in Isolation Forest, or even before then. It was during Summer Garden. Dandelion, William, and the commander just randomly disappeared from the Elmo. And the commander showed up in like a shelter with Lunacia being all yandere. They never explain how that happened. We just have to assume either Lunacia or William has teleportation powers. So there's always been some writing issues. William has admin powers. Nice. I feel like I should do these before I forget. Let's do these first. Well, I still have them in mind. Yeah, I'm gonna do water team. I just wonder why Wind doesn't do a commander in a more direct way. Due to the whole Lunacia thing. That's like a weird problem too, because we don't even know if William actually truly knows about the commander in the first place. Because has Lunacia actually say like, "Hey, I want to bang the commander," and then did William go, "Wait, who the fuck is the commander?" It's like one of those things. William is so one-track minded he might not even know who the commander actually is. Initiates combat with who? Oh, okay. So I kill you first. If they jam or break, if they add like normal weapons, they should be able. They should jam. Yeah. Though I don't see that actually happening in anime. I messed up. Had to go back for that item box. Yeah, next time I'm of the same mind. I don't think he pays that much mind to the commander. She just sees Lunacia as being not correct. It just straight up lost his memory. But definitely the biggest disappointment of the Girls Frontline 1 finale is that Commander and William never actually met each other. They never actually talked. Like all of that work and all that build up, and we don't even have like an actual meeting. Never even glanced at each other. Definitely the most disappointing part of that section, of that finale. Hey, how's it going? Sorry, I don't know how to say your alias, because I can't read kanji. All that build up, no villain speech. You know what? The funny part is the one who got the villain speech was Angelia. Angelia got the villain speech. Yeah, assuming they meet? Yeah. That's the assumption. But it could be a little doubtful that they'll even meet. It's still super early, so anything is possible. This is Ghost Frontline after all. Oh shit, I just realized I don't have a sniper. That's fine though. Having a sniper is like the least important thing. It takes place in Germany. Yeah, I really hope it's not Germany again. We spent a good amount of time in Germany. Like, I can't go through there. Colon. I use either Tora or Yin. Thanks for letting me know, Yokai. I appreciate all the work you put into this stuff. I think I cleared on everything. Oh, except for this one. That's because I cover. Oh. Yeah. What Play Doc said. We're still in Europe. Jaeger come back in Ghost Frontline too. Jaeger should be super dead, so that should not be possible. Where you guys cannot auto, holy shit. But yeah, I'll be really surprised if Jaeger came back, because as I'm like, man, that's some really big timeline fuckery there. Jaeger wanting revenge would be fine if Angelia was still alive. There is like a small minuscule of hope that Angelia could come back without timeline fuckery. But that's like a huge if. We're talking like 0.01% chance without it being super contrived. You take that shit. Fair enough. Someone made an oath to Jaeger. Yeah, I know that one who does the memes. I've never seen the Jaeger one though. That one was pretty surprising. I felt like they made the Fi team look more manly than real guys. I don't think so, honestly. I just think they're badass women. I'm sorry, women. That's how the meme goes. Badass women. UJ Ulrit. Macchiato. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, they played up Angie's death really, really hard. I personally would not want Angie to come back either. Hey Nacho, how's it going? But the reason why I say like there's a 0.01% chance that Angie can come back is because they did leave a hint in Ghost Frontline 1 that is possible. It's like the smallest of hints. So like the smallest clue. But it's not. I highly doubt it's going to happen. Yeah, it's likely that play doc. That's like the only clue. Let's see. Where's the last box? Oh, there it is. It's huge. Holy shit. That's what she said. RTK coming back would be interesting, if only because she should be in the same state that Lunacia was in Girls Frontline 1. Meaning that she should technically still be alive, but she's sealed in her own lake. Her own form of nirvana. So she should technically still be alive by like the smallest of technicalities. The question is like, who the fuck would release her if they could? Might have to fight this one. Let me see if I can just try to one-shot these though with Ulrid. Really thick. Yeah, that doesn't kill them all. Unfortunate. It looks like I'm fighting them. Unless... I got an idea. I got an idea. No. Oh, okay. Yeah, I saw the damage upgrades for the SMG. Haven't explored that yet because I just have not played this mode enough, and I actually ignored upgrades in CM because I couldn't read shit. But once I saw the once I read the damage upgrades from SMGs, I was like, oh wow, yeah, they seem busted too. Not think they one shot a boss though. That's actually pretty intense. RPK coming back with me, we can kill her again. But the thing is though, is that, oh shit, Macchiato. Oh no! He jumped up there. Right down here then. Yeah, Team Defy being a terrorist organization has been established since Gross Line 1. Should be okay. Yeah, I did not expect this group to actually hit so hard. No, can't go up that high. Better off staying behind cover. Dragoness. I can't hit her, can they? Can she? Yeah, I was like, of course not. Yeah, they're targeting her, but she's camouflaged. Now we're good. Just clean up now. Okay. Was I too abridged? If I had the resources, I would totally do that. If I had like a bunch of voice actors, 100% I would do that. I don't know. I don't know what was. I don't know what that was. Oh, that's so fucking cute. Look at Ulrid. The little sword. Just drag the Elmo through. Okay, I don't think I can do the next one. Yeah, this team's too weak to do that. It'd be kind of nutty. Have to wait till my P's come on cooldown. I'm driving on the album. Make sure I did all this stuff first. Oh yeah, should I do my... I did not. This is true PvP. Oh, this is interesting. You gotta... Yeah, that's what I thought was gonna happen. I really want them to do a collab with Nikke. But considering that it'd be collabing with their own competition, that's probably not going to happen. Honestly, I think they would both appreciate a collab with each other, but I don't think they will. Over it or the guru? I'm pretty sure AK-15 is taller. I can't say for sure, but I'm just basing it off of what I know. The whole bootleg Nikke SMT DX2. Yeah, but that's more paying homage though. Like, it's really rare to see a gacha game collab with another gacha game that doesn't belong to them. They are friends, yeah. Or rather, at the very least, they respect each other. A butt leg. So silly. Collabs that Frontline 2 can do, and it would make sense. Because they're once popular ones, but they have to be female oriented, or at least they need female characters. They've done quite a few animes already. Evangelion is a very low hanging fruit at this point. They're doing about as many collabs as Nier does. Cowboy Bebop would be very cool, but Cowboy Bebop only really has like one girl, potentially two. Yeah, two gacha games collabing with each other isn't impossible. I just don't see it happening. Because I don't know, it just haven't happened a lot. Even when it made sense. So I don't want to bank on that. They will also have to explain it correctly. It would be cool if they did it with like another timeline heavy yeah, it'd be cool if they do it with another timeline heavy game or timeline heavy IP. Oh, they have full-on collabs in Ghost Runner 1 with storylines and all. I haven't done that collab, but I heard it was pretty good, actually. The collab with the collabs that they did in Ghost Frontline 1 is also pretty good as well. They put a lot of effort into the writing. Yeah, the majority of the time it's in anime. Like the only other timeline heavy collab that I can think of right out the bat is like BlazBlue. The Bayonetta. That actually can work because Bayonetta has dimensions established. But Bayonetta is also extremely OP. Oh, did they? They have Valkyria Chronicles? Because that was one of my my ones that I thought of. I just didn't say it out loud. But Valkyria Chronicles have been great. Yeah, Noelle was in Ghost Frontline 1 as a collab unit. So I wouldn't mind them doing that again for Ghost Frontline 2. Wait, they tried to make Mika sign the rights off of Ghost Frontline to Sega? With the scummy contract? That'd be fucking insane. What the hell? Yeah, that's the worst timeline. Holy crap. Metal Gear would be cool, but it didn't have enough female characters. They actually do. There's a good amount of female characters. The majority of them are villains, though. Oh, I thought of one. Resident Evil. Resident Evil could work. Yeah. They're like, just like back home. I'll show you stars. The next Ghost from Night 1 cross Halo would work, right? Yeah, probably not. There's like female Spartans. So if you really want to stretch it, it could work. But I don't think they fit in the first place. Azure Lane collab. I don't know enough to say how that can work out. The most wild one I thought of in my head right now is Metroid. A Metroid collab. I don't think you get more wild than that. Doom collab. Actually, it's gonna be Conquerors. The thing is, they only have like, there's technically two. There's two female characters, but really, there's only one that matters. And two futuristic. Yeah, that's why I say it's the most wild one. But at least you can say, oh, Sandwich just flies into flies to the planet. He's like, huh, this place is normal, and then she just joins you for no reason. Now the cool thing about it, like if it was Xenoblade 2, we could have more sword characters. So that'd be nice. Oh, right. My mic was muted, my bad. I muted myself to cough. I thought I clicked on it, but I didn't. But what I was saying is that Helldivers would be great. The StarCraft collab would be cool, but it wouldn't... StarCraft units are too powerful. It just wouldn't fit. Like, there's no way you can make that make sense. without super duper downplaying the StarCraft units. As far as your questions, Ed, swords, they're technically new, but technically not. We do have units in Gross Frontline 1 that did use swords, but they're almost exclusively enemy units that eventually get converted into playable units. Digimon, holy shit. Now you guys are being wild. Honestly, if anything, the easiest thing that they can collab with that'd be like the most wild, but also make the most sense, is the Fate series. Because FGO wouldn't even matter in this case. Gundam! Holy shit! Yeah, that one would be it's a little too wild. I think that's the wildest I heard so far. Right, yeah, you guys are being a little wild now. Alright. Listen, guys. It's been fun, but it's 11 o'clock. It's 11. I appreciate y'all hanging out for the celebration of stream. It's been really fun. As far as streaming again, I gotta see what I can do on Friday. I don't think I have anything on Friday though. By that I mean I don't think I can draw up anything as like something to stream about for Friday. So I may just use that as a date that I just work my ass off. But I'll probably get something in on Saturday at the very least. That's true. I can stream Nikke. Like, it's been a long time since I streamed Nikke. I'll think about it though. I may just use Friday to work because I still need to make the videos, right? So we'll see on Saturday. So take care, guys. Thanks for hanging out. Appreciate y'all. Have a good night.